Alright, that ought to be enough of the silence. Let's hit some music. That ought to do. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow, with Snow Studio Games, and today we are going to be continuing where we left off last time, trying to create our very first RPG battle system for an assignment that is to be completed no later than the start of Wednesday. Oh god. Okay. Oh, wow. Opened my mouth to talk, saliva decided to shut me up. Okay. My body would like to comply with the orders given. Thank you. Okay. So. Might need to turn that down a little here and a little tiny bit there. Alright. So, intro's done. Should probably hit live scene. We're here. You remember this box. Actually, there's probably a lot more that was remembered from here. So, since the last time it was streamed, there's been some changes to it. I posted an updated photo in the Discord. Which I think I still need to put a link to the Discord in the channel, don't I? Let me work on that. Number of uses. No limit on that. There we go. Must be careful with that link. Oh, cool. It did at least take me to the correct YouTube channel that I'm supposed to be working with here. Should make it a permanent part of the template, huh? Where's my studio? Come here. Front and center on the double. Maybe not front and center. Keep you over here. Oh, hey, shit, we hit 10 subs. I don't know when and I don't know who, because it doesn't tell me who the new subscriber is. Interesante. I know that one of them is me. Aha! I think the second one. Content tab, going to the live stream, which is happening now, and edit the details. And I'm going to toss in that Discord link for anyone. That's now saved into the description, and I'm going to have to make a note to myself to get that. What is this? Remake enemies simpler. I haven't even, that's a different assignment that's already been turned in and graded. I am basically a semester and a half away from a Bachelor in Fine Art degree. Or Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. Let me enunciate properly. Discord link in live template. Set that in my mess of sticky notes all over the place and hope I find it before the next time I stream. Okay. So I found through my little bits of research that there is an option to do a widget swapper, which is what I've added in. I'm calling it the Chosen Action Menu Switcher. The only thing is that it switches out, what do you call it? It switches out the widget that's being displayed there. So I'm trying to create a better attack thing, because I'm creating the attack submenu right now. Then I'm going to create the item submenu and the magic attack submenu, and we're going to see how that plays out for me. So right now, everything is honestly a little theoretical, and it will be too late if you know, Tuesday 11:30 p.m. comes around and I haven't had a chance to test it. Nothing works. It's just static images. Then GG's. I'll have to eat that one. What was I trying to do here? There is a button there. It's just friggin' tiny. Oh, that's right. Right. I need to put, like, text and stuff somehow. I'll attach it as a separate thing, because whenever I try and attach text as a child object to the buttons, it warps the shit out of the buttons, no matter what I do. It's wild. Let me bring this down. Huh, lighting. It's almost like I know something minor about it. I'd probably get away with one more distance source. Not even sure if that light would do anything, but I give the effort. So, we have 5, essentially. 5 attacks. One of them morphs into another one. So we can honestly make that just like a sprite swap or something, rather than making it a whole different button, which is going to be nice. No, I'll probably wind up making it 2 buttons. So 6, 5, 5. Yeah. And we have their names. Go ahead and type that in. We want to make sure that we try and keep things as concise as we can, I guess. Is the way we can say that. Wrong one. B underscore. The reason I changed them all to B underscore and then whatever the thing is because I want to be able to remember that as a variable name, it would be B underscore for a button. You don't have to do that, of course. That's just a preference for naming convention. There we go. So let's say this one for the, yeah, sure. And then a fancy one for when it's hovered or pressed. With obviously darker tones there. First off, let's bring that up to white, thank you. And disabled can be... Oh, why do you have that one so high up there for the disabled one? What's going on? That tint should be good and gray. Darker. Darker. There you go. This one doesn't need to be that dark for being pressed. And hovered can be like right around there. Cool. Wait, shit, did that only apply to one of them? Nope, they all look to be about the same. Nice. Welcome in, folks. Welcome, welcome. The music for today is coming from it's only on a 1 hour song, so I'll probably wind up replaying it. But it's from a channel called RPG Music Maker. Travis Savoy. Probably butchered the last name. I apologize. But it's a D&D/RPG combat music mix. Hoping it kind of meets the tone and I can try and get into headspace a little bit better, because I've been not really feeling this one because I'm inexperienced in it, and, you know, in that sense, I'm a little slower on the upkeep of how I should approach it and the various different ways there are to do it, because this is all... I'm just struggling with the designer side. I haven't even jumped over to the graph side where I should be far more comfortable. So, click method down, up, touch, yeah. Oh, that's fine. What was I trying to... Transforms. I want their transforms to be better. Let's say... Their scale, I want it to be around 3 times the size. Yeah, that'll do. Where is this grid? Okay. And that sizing is because of reasons, but what if I instead do those? No, you don't want to do that? Okay, that's fine. So we'll need a little padding between left and right. Let's say about 100 pixels. $75. And make that about 50. Yeah. It feels good. Now the only difference is that that's all of them that are now shifted like that. So let's go ahead and take the second button, shift that over. Third one, shift it, shift it. Gear Force! And you can't count to 5. Now let's actually fine-tune this left to right ratio a little bit. Let's say 80. Oh wait, that's only on one of them. Whoops. Bring that back to 75. Grab them all. Equality. 80? Okay, okay. But what if? Don't do this to me. That's actually like an amazing fit right there at 91. I'm glad I can trigger these these random ticks out of you. It's like a mutual trauma response between anyone that's served. Was that a horrible cadence? I'll be honest, I probably should have had more of this done. I'm detrimentally distracted by Hades late at night, and not so much late at night anymore now. It's like, if I wake up, I want to play a run or two. I stopped to run at 3 o'clock and started getting everything situated and getting myself prepared for the day. Because, God, I was so close. I had the second phase part of Hades to like 20%. I was so mad. It wasn't a cadence though, some weird Sesame Street bit thing someone made. Oh, really? There was definitely cadences that had it. At least on my basic universe. Or within my platoon. Specifically. I'm vibing with this music. Can't tell. I'm actually loving it. Alright, there's icons that can go in these to go ahead and show, like, what they are. I guess is a way that I could say that. Let me see if I can find them. If I can find them quickly, I'll be alright with trying to use them. It's not in that one. It's probably... yeah, it's this one. Okay. So, for physical attack, I want to keep with this type of color thing. I'd make these sprites bigger, like to see them bigger, but every time I do, it just winds up converting them back down to their tiny state, and it pisses me off. So we're just going to try and guess at some icons here, because they are very, very, very small. But what I am thinking is that I can say, oh, that's a helmet for sure. Oh, that's definitely like a potion or something. Don't you have just like the single old school Black Panther fist? So that way I can have an unarmed icon? No? You don't want to give me that, huh? Oh, they might have a glove icon. I see an icon for boots. I know I'm like out of frame and shit, but this is some tiny stuff. Actually, I could just drag the window over to this side so that way I can be over here. Yeah, how's that? Oh yeah, and it's covered for you guys. Yeah, we can all look at this. Yeah. It's infuriating, isn't it? How small it is. That's what she said. I had to call that one out before you jumped on that one, Williams. It just I knew that one was it was low-hanging fruit, and you are not above it. I had to be the one to snatch it away. Oh, there, I found gloves and bare hands. There it is, there it is. Ah, yes. Yes! Style 2, icon 228. Oh, man, that icon's gonna be beloved. Why do I keep on hitting fucking B for that? I'm already cussing. Oh, well. Doesn't matter. Sprites. UI, and we can go ahead and drop that one in there. Yes, sir. Sprite action, apply 2D paper sprite, and create sprite. Yes. So I want to go ahead and test this out first before I try and find them for all of them, because this has been an issue so far. Let's add an image. See, it's warping the goddamn button. I don't understand why it's doing that. There should be nothing on here that tells it to warp the size of the button, especially if it's not bigger than the button. It shouldn't be shrinking it down. Content to the bounds of this widget. Oh, doesn't seem to be it. That's for the sharpness of the widget. Yeah, that's fine, but why are you, like, Shanghaiing the transform of the whole thing? Interesting. Yeah, I don't understand it, but let's go ahead and toss the sprite on there and see what happens. How's that? What's up, Cody? Welcome. Where did I... Oh, yeah. Darn it. God dang it, Bobby. Sprites. UI sprites. Where are you? There you are. Doesn't even look good like that with the button behind it. I may as well just use the icon then. So we'll get rid of the image and we'll just try and replace these with the icons that we find. Possibly. Maybe. That's with a size boost? I know that the transform actually carried over. That's at 3 times the size. The original sizing for this is... Yeah, that's a tontata right there. Woo! Itty bitty baby size! Okay. You gotta give me something better. Here. Say like a 5x5? I feel like that's more reasonable. Maybe... Let's, oh wait, this doesn't like using float values, does it? 5.25. Oh, it does. Okay, so we can actually tailor this a little bit. That feels a little bit better. Now we gotta find something that counts as, you know what? I'm going to say that this jewel is a metal-edged ruler, though it is very obviously not that. I'm gonna go back to this scene so that way I can at least have the sprites thing constantly open and pinned. And this is icon... Let's call this one Fisticuffs Sprite. Yes. For the Fisticuffs. And where's this one? Emo ruler. Made it into the appropriate paper 2D texture, turned it into a sprite that we go ahead and rename Metal Edge Ruler Sprite. So that's what that is. Yeah. With imagination. It'll work. fine. It's going to be fine. And we'll just make different color variations instead of giving it a whole different outline thing, because we don't have outlined versions of these, I don't think. And if we do, I'm not about to try and track down, because there's literally hundreds of these icons. There you are. And you also need a little engirthening, don't you? 5.5 to 5.5. There you go. Little PT does you well. Moving on to the chair, if I remember that being the next physical ability. Yes, that's right. The Schoolyard Scrapper will come in with a damn steel chair. I don't think there's going to be a good icon for it, though. At least not like a one-for-one icon. I'm going to have to do a little magic here. A little of that imagination stretching. Gomu, Gomu, no, think fast. Alright, let's bring this back over here so that way I'm not all the way over there and isolated again. Hello, it's the thing again. See how small these things are that I gotta try and look through? What were we looking for again? Something to simulate getting smacked by a chair. Okay. Oh look, there's the arrows and stuff, so I can go ahead and potentially do a loading a fletching thing. None of those seem to work for me. That's like almost obviously a cloak. I was gonna say, if something looks different enough, I can flip it upside down or something. Or I can just call this a chair. It's just a sprite. I don't need to freak out about it. I say to myself, freaking out about it. Alright. We have chair. Come on, scroll to the bottom there. There you go. Alright, so we're going to apply that Paper 2D texture setting. That's something that you should always do whenever you're trying to work with, if you're using 2D sprites, you're going to want to use the built-in Paper 2D settings, or you can use the plugin called Paper ZD, which is supposedly far better, but I've already been scolded for my use of plugins, which I'm still using 2 of them, but it's the ones that I've already previously used, and hopefully the instructor is familiar with because I use them for myself. Let me put on my goddamn glasses. Because I use the Good Sky background because it's far less harsh on my eyes than just the base Unreal Engine hemisphere, and if you try and make that look like it's more of a nighttime scene to go easier on your eyes, it actually dims the lighting around everything, so it makes it far worse. I love this. This is so aesthetically pleasing and easy on my eyes to see. And the other add-on, the other plugin I use is the one that makes my wires look like this instead of loose, wriggly spaghetti bullshit. So both of the ones that I use are strictly for aesthetic things for me as a scripter, programmer, developer. They help me mentally. That's all. They provide no specific coding advantage unless I'm trying to make like weather and time of day specific mechanics as the focus. Then the Good Sky plugin might be kind of hacks for them, but we're not doing that. Third button. Chair. I'm adding tooltips. do. That's that. Keeping up with it. Alright, we called this chair, but we didn't do the thing. Where's the thing for the thing? It's up here. I knew that. We didn't make the sprite, did we? I feel like we didn't. We did that. Oh, it's right there. Chair. Oh, let me keep to the convention. Let me add sprite to that. Let me not just have that be the different thing for the chair, where everything associated with it is just called some variation of chair. Chair sprite is going to replace that one. Oh boy. There you go. Chair sprite. Scale it up, 5.5, 5.5, and actually, you know, if you kind of look at it a certain way, if we, you know, shaded it over here, that would look like a really high back, excessive rich person's throne. So you can go ahead and just, imagination. If the military hasn't beaten it out of you already. Okay. Going on to the prep ranged bullet. Bring it in. I thought we already found the range sprites, right? Yeah, we have the arrow thing here, so I mean we can just would that be an appropriate enough indicator? Uncertain. So naturally, we're just gonna go with it. I'll use the basic looking bow icon for the prepping it, and we'll use the actually we can use this one here. Because whatever that is looks interesting enough to... or that one. One of them is meant to just prep a paper bullet, so we're just kind of... basically imagine making one of those, the paper footballs that people used to play around with in school. Or the really annoying folded over paper 1,000 times over as far as they could get it, so that way they could get a bend in the middle still, and then use the rubber band and whack! Knock someone unconscious. Did they not do fun things like that in school? Alright. We're gonna take this one as the prep the bullet. And then we're going to take this one as the fire the bullet. Should be able to do this here, grab that, and that, because they are both needing of this. Applying the 2D texture. Oh. Excuse you? Why are you so weird? There you go. Yeah, I see you. Now you look normal. Weirdo. Great. Which one is this one? Alright. I still need that one then. Let's make that into a sprite. Oh, there we go. They decided to unscrew themselves. That's great. Real good. That's the fire bullet sprite, and this is the make bullet sprite. Yes. Yes. There. So underneath these buttons, what was I going to do? I was going to put like a base damage mount, possibly. We'll see. Hang on. My brain is thinking of things. I keep telling it to stop doing that because it's getting in the way. I'm gonna test something. Let's try it for all of them. Alright, so what I'm thinking is if I make these 4.5, I reduce the space between them just a little bit, and then I can include a column for stats. Like, just going down. And that column that says stats, that's going down, it would say stats up here in this main column where these buttons are, and then going down, each of these would be filled with a text that has a number. Because I don't want to slap text on the icons. Every time I try and do that, it stretches and warps the icons like crazy for no reason. Also, the icons are tiny, so text on there winds up getting super blurry. So why not put the text in its own little thing over here that's not going to try and scale to the pixel density of these, and it'll try and retain its density, pixel density, as a regular text file out here in its own grid slot. And it'll just be numbers. Base damage, hit chance, and there should be no other thing there, actually. Base damage, hit chance. Everything else should be determined by stats. We'll roll with it. So this button, we still need to turn this into the fire. Change the sizing. Where's the scale? There we go. 4.5, 4.5. See, we do have a good amount of room if we have that left and right a little bit. So let's say, just to try and keep in tune with my predictive nature for the sizing of this, let's start with 70s. 70s is a good start. God damn! I am the reader of pixels. Okay. What? Why you no let me move? Is there no way? Let's close up the style thing. Is it about the padding? No, it shouldn't be. Is it because there's nothing else to the right of it? There could be. Let's go ahead and add the text. And this one will go... All of y'all gotta move over one. Scoot. Scoot. Wait a minute. Will they not? Oh wait, those were the 5. That was it. Okay. Oh. Whatever. Let's bottom align that. But the horizontal alignment can be vertical. And let us say that this says stats. And we change that from roboto to phantom fingers. And then a readable color. You would not believe. God, it just feels so out of place. It's fine, this is what padding is for. You're not doing it to all of them, are you? Not again. You are. You are. I can't believe it. Okay, so what if we do that? Come on, you little shit. Alright. What else can we try and do? Fill vertically. We don't want to top align that. I did want it to just scoot down, align to the bottom of that better. I don't want to make the size of the text bigger. That's... No! I mean... It'll just get scaled. I guess. Yeah, we'll use... Oh, that's right. I don't know why their outline size is only a 0 to 1. Or rather, it's using integers instead of float values for outline size. Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. Good lord. Damn. There's nothing here that would help me move that down without increasing, without just this size / scale change that we're already doing. Actually, the size thing is so overbearing that it, like, blew it out of proportion. That's wild. There's, like, no change in anything there, and if I go ahead and change anything over here, it moves everything. Wait, what about this nudge? We found it. We found it! Oh yeah, buddy. Oh yes. That doesn't need to be changed at all, ever, but we can now duplicate that, scoot it down, and even nudge it further. We'll have to nudge the other columns in line, I guess. But we're gonna go ahead and say that this one is... set it at 105. This one is the base damage. And then we can duplicate that and bring it down. And this one is what? Did I say it was hit chance? Bruh, I feel like they're gonna make me fill an empty spot with... No, let me just scoot it down a bit more. You'll be at, what? 225? 225 look good? 225 looks good. Honestly, I kind of want both of these nudged over to the right a little bit as well. So let's say 20 off to the right. A little too much, actually. 15. Next, we'll have to come up with, actually, we don't need to come up with values for this. We can let math do its thing once we rename things properly here. I'm just calling it definer because it's defining the row. Cool. Now we need to duplicate this and scoot it over to the right. Hey. Now you are going to be a size 24 text. We're going to scoot your boot a little bit. Am I gonna have to shift these buttons over? I'm probably gonna have to shift all these buttons over. Yeah, that'll do. And this one is no longer definer. This is skill 1 base damage. And that is a variable. We're gonna set this to a number like 10. Oh my god. Well, this is why we make sure that we kind of check this shit out. Set that to 50 and set this to a negative 20, negative 25, negative 30. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It knows. We're going to copy those nudge values because I feel like we're going to need it. So we're going to duplicate this. Well, well, I heard that camera cycle. I set this size of that down to 24, so we're going to replicate that. And then we're going to turn this double space thing into just that, and then we're going to try these nudge values and see what happens. Oh, good god. So let's set those to 0'd out and see what happens. Okay, and now we need to grossly overcompensate. Not that grossly, Jesus. Oh, I'd say about 180. And then, what was the... I think negative 40 can still work here. Yeah, negative 40 still works for that value. Oh boy. So the nudge value for this is 25. I feel like it might work for this, except the Y nudge would have to be 50. Okay, 25 and 50 for the next text value. So let's try 25 and 50. Well, the 50 is right, but the 25 is not so much. So what about negative 25? What about negative 30? What about negative go to hell? Is negative 40 still the same? Yeah, I guess it was. Kind of. Interesting. This is skill 2 base damage 1. This is supposed to be changed to skill 1 hit chance is variable. Cool. I should probably toss a percentage on that, so that way I know that it needs to be a percentage. I will derp and try and put a whole number as a hit chance, and also let's put a higher chance for the basic attack to hit. So the reason I'm putting in values here, even though this isn't what they're going to be, this is just so that way I have an indicator of, like, the sizing of the amount of numbers that I would have on there. Highest would be 100%. It would still kind of be in line here. I might actually want to scoot that X over to about negative 37. Oh. Alright, negative 35 is the new comfort value here. Let's do it. Try and keep it as uniform as I can for these. Duplicate this over. Scoot it. Change that. It's going to freak out, so we'll make sure that that says skill 2 hit chance. Skill 3 hit chance. No! Undo. I didn't duplicate. Skill 4 hit chance, which technically will not have a hit chance. It's preparing the bullet. So what this will be... Wait a tick. Are you, like, theoretically in the same slot, or... Nah. Why is that gap now there? What happened? I don't get what just happened. Delete that one for now. Oh, is it because there's, like, no attached thing there on either side? Is that how this is working out? That'd be weird. Why'd they get a bit askance? That's exactly why I was confused. I think it might be a thing where it won't let you add to the grid properly aligned if it doesn't have the other at least 3 boxes to align it, I guess. Which doesn't make sense, because this one was here. Whatever. I'm just going to try and duplicate this one over after I rename it properly. Because skill 2 base damage should be good enough there. Hey, Abman, welcome. Duplicate that number, move it over. Yeah, it seems fine. Let's call that skill 3 base damage. Duplicate. Oh, see, something's weird. Why is it doing that? Why do you suddenly create issues? I dislike this greatly. Why are you nudging things out of place? By like several. What position are you in? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why do I have to hit like 8 to get over to you? Why is that column like that? Interesting. What? Yup. This thing went crazy. This thing went absolutely batshit crazy. What? There ain't no way. Okay. Let me take a look at the rest of these then. Damn. Okay. That explains why we were having problems. That's so crazy to me. And this one says it's on row 6. Brother, we only have 3 rows. That's row 0. That's row 1. Row 6. Unbelievable. That's so crazy. I don't know why it decided it needed to create so many random extra layer stuff there. Okay, now that we've done that, I think I can successfulully start or continue duplicating here. Duplicate this hit chance for skill number 4, not F4. Be careful. And scoot that over appropriately. And then we're going to set this to that. Let's put a little space there. There you go, because that doesn't have a hit chance, and technically it doesn't have damage either. It's the preparatory step for the ranged melee ability, or the ranged physical damage ability. Which is going to need better physical, better base damage. So we're just going to put in an artificial value, so that way when I look at this at a glance, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's right. This needs to be renamed real quick. And now we can duplicate it, carry it over to here. Skill 5. And change this to, let's say, just say 35, so that way I can know that it's supposed to be a bloated value in comparison to the other one, since there's a preparatory step ahead of chance. And then we can duplicate that one, scoot it, and change it to skill 5 hit chance. Okay. I don't want to scale this because I know that everything else is now just going to scale with it. So we're going to deal with it being like that. And all of our numbers should be, yeah, they're variables. That's why they are like lit up like that. The buttons are also variables that we can touch and tinker with if needed. So we can hit those buttons and then have those there. Hooray. Next. Magic abilities has 4 instead of 5, but generally the same concept, so we're gonna duplicate the attack submenu and turn it into the magic, quote-unquote, submenu. It's here in blueprints, attack submenu, duplicate that. Magic submenu. It's already been an hour. Replay. There could have been use for another column, actually. A column for effect, and I can just put the effect color box in the slot next as a thing, if it has one. Either way, I need to swap the sprites and lose a skill. So let's chop off that, and that. Let's change the names here appropriately. I'm going to pop this window out, actually. That way I can just kind of look at it. Oh. So button B underscore. Cool, you can stay as B underscore. Haha, no, you can't. Accept your name. That was definitely not what I wanted your name to be. I don't know why it did that. There you go. It's far better than whatever the hell it tried to do. Next. Last. Okay. So, if I had more time to work on this, I would wind up making little items to throw at the enemy. Just as a general thing, like it'll throw a sprite. The sprite for Sharpie Scent Haze would literally just be a Photoshop thing of a cluster of Sharpies. Or a pack of Sharpies that I just scale down, stretch it out in the center so it looks like there's a little dimensionality to it, and then, hot! Toss it. Gone. Perfect. Perfection. So we have the names of the stuff there. One of these was a non-damage, so we'll say this one. Skill 2 base damage. Ist nicht. And Sharpie Scented Haze should also do a little bit of damage, to be honest. A little bit, so we'll also just put that, have a value there. This one will be a definite 100% hit chance, because you can't avoid the olfactory senses. And the others are Fairy Godparent Trap, Camera Flash. Alright, so all of these should have a hit chance. Only Skill 2 needs to not have a, what do you call it? A, damage. Yes, damage. And icons. such lovely things. These great, awesome, easy to look at sprites. Just so good. We can say that something could be a volcano here. What are the skills here? Fairy, Godparent, Trap, Sharpie, Scent, Haze, Photography class, Flash. Saw something that could be good as a Flash. There's the Flash. Scoop. Drop that in the UI folder. So that's one of the abilities covered. Next. What else we got? Better posture, hopefully, is what I got. Sharpie Haze. I think I just saw something that would work for the Sharpie Haze. No, never mind. Oh, I see something for the mushroom, the mycology mix. No! There we go. Just the one. Go back here, drop that off. Go back here, click back here. Awesome. I think one of these boot icons might work as a trap. Like a trap icon. Yeah, I'll use this one as a trap icon, but what about... I'll get to the other ones in a second. Alright, we still need the Sharpie one and Science Fair Volcano. Not a sound icon. No. Lovely. We'll go with this one, I guess, for a volcano if I can flip it. Which I can. There is a rotation thing that it honestly, unfortunately, took me a little moment to find it, even though it was in the same set of things I was working in. I was just a little oblivious. What's the last thing? The Sharpie thing. We're just gonna say... There. That looks like a good hazy icon. Be gone! I know I'm gonna need some item sprites too, but I've already got at least one or two of them I think that I saw in here. So which ones now? We need to grab this, 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 and this. Apply the texture settings and create sprites. One of you is mycology mixed sprite. Yep. You were photography flash, right? Sharpie Haze sprite. Fairy Godparent. Rat sprite. Long ass name for that one, but I don't care. And upside down volcano sprite. We need the underscore. So the only reason that one is called upside down volcano sprite is because it's currently upside down in relation to how I want it to be, which is technically the upside down state of that sprite. So I need to flip you. So we go back here. This is the magic submenu. I also want to go back over here and just swap these two in their order there, so that way the order is nice and sequential. Save that. Compile that. Not that there's anything to compile really, but whatevs. Let's open up style. We're also going to have to go through the hovered images and everything and make sure that we change them for all of these, so that way they don't use the other buttons when they're hovered over and all that stuff. But for now, this one is the volcano. And let's go down to where I know I need to be. Transform. Yep. No. Was it the pivot? Angle. There it is. So now we hit this with the 180. And, yep. Honestly, would it work as just a 90? Oh, I hate how the buttons just swap up too. Because it's changing the transform of the button and slot itself, but not of the surrounding thing. It's so weird. But that'll work. It'll serve its purpose. Second one is the photo. Photography flash. Not using the chair. Berries! And Sharpie! Alright, those two submenus are done. And the item submenu is just gonna have 3 items in it, really. So, bam! I'm gonna have the on hovered effect change a text box in this widget. So this one is going to be item submenu. Gonna open that up. And since I only have 3 items, we can get rid of yet another button. Skill base damage and hit chance. Honestly, we can get rid of all these other things in here, because we don't need those. Except stats. I'll keep stats and save that as a... I'll change the wording to the description. You say description now. You're back at 24 points for your thing there. Change the size of these again, because now that there's only 3 of them, we want to fill the space a little bit more. So that's a size 6. Size 6. Ooh. You know what? Ditch that. U3. Be gone. Oh yeah, I need to change the name of that in the magic submenu thing. Magic submenu grid. Make sure that I didn't fudge up anything else. No, we're good. so this one needs to have that changed to item menu grid, and we're going to try and do a top align, center horizontal, and now let's add button. Now button 53 is going to be called M101 vial underscore health potion, because that is the naming convention that I've chosen. I know it's lengthy. It's not a bad thing. It's descriptive. And you're gonna do that. Fine. Mana. Potion. Apology. Alright, so the three of them can scoot over effectively. What is the size of this? Okay, it's just kind of there. We zero out the padding for everything. Okay. Let's give it a top padding of about 300 then. Alright, 250 then. Is this going to be the padding between each individual one, I think? Possibly. So let's go ahead and set this to about 100. I don't think it's for all of them. No, I don't think it is. Oh. Yeah, I see. Let's make sure that each of these are on appropriate levels. Yep, column 0, 1, and 2. I need to give these guys their own padding. So let's go ahead and give them about a 50 and a 50. While allowing them a little room for... before I give them any room for growth, let me pick an icon, at least a generic one. I have the mycology mix already set up. Let's get that scale of 6 and 6 for right now. Looks alright. Okay, so what if we also had that same sprite size on this one before I go looking for the correct one for this one? Okay, so now we can start tuning our spacing value a little bit better here for our padding based off of how we see those two interact, and that should need at least another 50 on each side. Or rather 50 total. If I set these both to 75, it might make them flush. Almost. Almost. There's a little overlap from their actual button press area that I kind of don't want that to be a thing. So let's go ahead and set these to 80 apiece. And now they are officially separated buttons. Though, we can give them more room. Because we're going to be able to hover over each of them and be able to have a text box down here change its description based off what is being hovered over. Just go ahead and change that also to the mycology sprite. Once again, just to have it there, filled in. And then I'm going to find the appropriate sprites that'll work a little better for it. Which honestly, I think I just saw one that was like a drinking glass, or was I blind? I was probably blind. Yeah, see, the drinking glass that I thought it was actually just a fancy-looking boss key. None of these down here are really gonna fit the bill. Oh, also, we can find different... Oh! Where is that, so much more, like, readable. We have two different types of style icons, so I'm going to grab them both. Actually, 154. I'm going to see if I can grab 154 from that set. Or 155. Go into sprites, please. Fine. Move it there. Thank you. You can get applied. You gotta apply yourself. Create the sprite. It's the mana potion sprite. So let's go straight back in here. Not there, sorry. That's the wrong one. This one. Go back to this and change you instantaneously to mana potion. There you go. Excellent. Looks great. And then the health potion. Let's see what happens if I just give it the mana potion, but red. Like, what if but red? There. I'm not looking for a sprite anymore. Okay, I might be looking for a sprite. I want to see if they've got the mushroom. And I saw some of the fruits and stuff here, so they very well might... There it is. There it is. I'm actually going to take that one. I want to have that as a... like, the items having the border on it like that. I like that. But only the items. Create sprite. Let's go back. Item submenu. Sorry, my ecology mix. I'm gonna replace you with the generic name sprite because I didn't want to rename it already. Boom. Dems to 3. I might honestly give this one just a slight little yeah, there you go. See, now that gives kind of like an impression of what it might do a little bit. A little color can do a whole lot. Alright, so we have those on there. That's wonderful. I can't add another thing to this here, right? Yeah, I can't. So I have to add it here. Column 2. Or rather, in the row, and it's row 1. And now I want to add a hefty amount of padding. Well, maybe not too hefty. Let's say... yeah, okay, that's a good start, I suppose. Oh, the question is what happens if I... Well, would you look at that? Thought so. Ugh. Okay, so I can't have it there as a part of that grid. Then what might I do? Add another box to this? Question mark? Like, I can add another... I, like, physically cannot. Not good. Don't like this. I really don't like the UI crafting thing that we have here. Like, I kind of like it, but I honestly, in reality, do not like the way that a lot of the things work on it. And right now it's leaving me a little bereft. Like, what the hell is this? Maybe there's some way that I can tie in text on my main thing over here somehow. I don't know. I'm starting to lose faith on that whole front there. If I start looking or feeling or sounding demotivated, that's because I am. I am very, very, very tired. I have been pushing way too much just to keep up. It's so difficult for me. And I know that my instructors have like not rest days, like days where they can help. I've told my teacher flat out, like, the one day that you're available with other students to have helping as well, it's not gonna work for me, guaranteed, because I generally work later than anyone, or not than anyone, but than most people would generally work, and as such, I wind up sleeping through normal teacher office hours because those are my sleeping hours. So. And then I generally don't realize I'm going to have a problem until I hit, like, a certain point here in my development. I don't remember if I took another pill. Take the small one instead. That works. See, everything else that I have is inside scale boxes and... Excuse you, I don't... Oh yeah, you're in your scale box there. They're in scale boxes, and I have them with anchors that tells them how... Almost all of them. That tells them how they're supposed to scale when the UI is scaled. Meaning, if someone's got a different screen size than what we're creating it for, it will go ahead and change everything else in our playable version of this to match their screen size resolution settings. Do I need to be that meticulous? Probably not, but considering I'm developing on a screen that's generally bigger than average, because the average resolution is going to be like 1920 by 1080 or some equivalent with 720. What is it, like 1280 by 720? Either way, those are all just different aspect ratios that we actually have access to a little scaler here that can show us all of them. But I want to try and develop for at least the base range of HD stuff, even if my stuff is not going to be HD. So we go for the 720 to 1080 range. I generally will work in 1080 because it's going to be closer, at least a tiny bit closer to what I'm working with. So now that we have that, made sure that these are all good. Don't worry, we're not going to worry about about the player's anchors, because the player and the enemy are going to actually be physically on the stage. We are. That's right, because I have the health bar. The bars are fine. It was the it's the frames that I added for them to sit into that were not fine. They would not have scaled with it properly, and that would have been hilariously bad. Things would be a lot easier on the sub things if I added a canvas and did stuff to it that way, but then when I toss them onto this canvas, it will cause problems, because then it'll be like, well, there's a canvas here, there's a canvas there, there's 5 more canvases over here. It doesn't want that in Unreal. In Unity, it's fine. You can just have a canvas manager actor that is do not destroy when you move scenes, and that bad boy will have like 80,000 canvases on there for you, ready and waiting. This one just likes the one. No, I want to see. Okay, you're in a good scale. I put things in a scalar box and then put the scalar box within anchors, so that way the scalar box will always be within a certain size in relation to the resolution of the screen, and then if they get smaller than or larger than a certain amount, the scalar box will take over the rest of the resolution scaling for that. Thus is the point. Okay, we have the chosen action menu switcher here, and now that we have these relatively okay submenus, let me save. Save. Awful. Now I gotta bring them up in here. So we're going to go into our blueprints folder, and we're going to drag 1, 2, and 3 out. And oh, come on. Now it's not gonna. You're a dick. I hate you. 0, 1, 2. Oh, no. I'm gonna take this. Wait, are you attached to the player status icon thing? You damn well shouldn't be. Better not be. Okay. Yeah, it's not. But I am definitely gonna, like, bring it up several places. You didn't just become a part of that, did you? Okay. Hopefully that's high. Yep, it's high enough. I can finally grab the stuff and toss it in there. That's all I was doing. I promise. Did it only attach? Yeah, it did only attach. Son of a bitch. And damn, did it blow it the hell up. Why so damn big? And we know that it's like actually there, because if we hide that, then that stuff is there too. So it just thinks that these are supposed to be that large. Oh no. So it's not using these, like the background for this. Okay, yeah, see? So that background is now clear. Where the hell is the chosen action thing? Okay, right there. So I actually cannot, by the looks of it, edit the values through here. I would have to get the submenu attached to this and make sure that I can, like, follow a chain of authority from this top level of the battle UI to all the sub-widgets. Oh my god. This is gonna be nuts. Oh, I only did that to the magic submenu. I'm a derp. Let's clear that out and set this to Invis and see how that does it again. It's still the same. Cool. So it's not causing any wild radical changes. Oh, what if I had put these in a scalar box? Let me try shit here first with the attack menu, since that's the one we're actually working with. I'm gonna do a Control C, and then I'm going to also do a Control X, because I want to sit out there. And now we're going to grab a scale box. And now inside of this scale box, with no padding, we're going to toss that stuff on there. Let's fix the height difference here. Set that instead to, let's say, 175. Look at that. Is that going to be the same across the board? No, it's going to be a little different. We're going to say it's going to be 145? Should have gone with my gut at 135. Alright, so why 135 across the board for these? Oh, you only... Okay, fine. Unclick that one. 135. The rest looks okay there. We're going to change the size of this font to about 20. Holy frack. Holy fricassee. 24. 24 keeps it a little okay. Although this one was set at that, so let's say 26. And looks like our buttons might need a slight adjustment from, say from 4.5 to 4. And fine. Alright. I guess we'll change your paddings here. Currently at 70 from one another. We're gonna make that, say, 50s. Why did y'all get bigger? How dare you? That's so weird. Oh my god, we're not even, like, building to the right scale there. When we toss that widget on there, we're obviously going to be scaling it down like crazy. So that's 50. Yeah, that actually kind of works. I don't know why it's dropping these things down further, but we can work with this still. Why are there multiple values for that Y value now? Once, oh, right. Cool. So it is a 135 across the board. Not for you, though. These 50s, I want them at 60s. I lied. I wanted a 75. I like integers that end in 5, even numbers, or 0. I'm weird. I don't like other odd numbers. 3 and 7 can go to hell. 5 is the supreme odd number. 1, we don't talk about 1. And 9 could very well be a Nazi. You never know. Odd numbers are odd. For a reason. I honestly don't know if these buttons should be variables, but I'm leaving them as variables. These are all already variables. Those are all already variables. That's great. Cool. Look at that. Look at that. That is a far better fit than it was just a second ago. So now I just need to kind of figure out what I'm going to do here about the rest of the size of this. Let's say we set the scale to 0.75. 0.75. Set it to 0.5. That's a little too much? Okay, okay. Let's see. This is the X. Oh, hey, we could just do that. Set that to 0.65 and set your translation up a little bit. Down. Negative numbers, okay. Alright, looks like we also still need to fix our scale here. Okay. Let me actually hide the rest of the other stuff on the sub-action area. Well, it's not even going to really be there anymore, so let's get rid of that. So in this sub-action area, I think I can now officially, potentially toss that on there, and now we can probably tailor that a little bit better. Let's see what happens if I can set these back to regular values or not. Almost. No, that one's good. It was the Y value that needs a little, just a little smidgen of attention. There we go. And this value here is actually perfectly fine. Cool. We need to add the other submenus now that I've got that. So we should be able to now open this up. I thought it was going to add all of them in since I dragged them in that way, but it did not apparently want to do that. Itchy. Alright. And lastly, we toss on the item menu. And notice that it didn't, like, start swapping and showing them all and having them overlapping like crazy, because it shouldn't need to if I set this to 1. There's the other one! Wonderful! But when we're on this one, it does reset the scale of stuff, doesn't it? Okay, there's the 0. Oh, wait, no, I didn't change the other stuff, right? Yeah, I didn't. Okay. That's why it is the way it is. and it was under the action submenu that we changed up the translation and scale of stuff. So let's get that -25. And this was at 0.75, I think. I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, 0.75. Do the same thing over here. 0.75 with a translation of -25 on the Y. I think should be the, yeah. And now we need to go through here, and what we're going to do is we're going to do the copy and cut, and then we're going to drop that scale box into the sub action area. We're going to drop all the padding, and then we're going to paste that right in there. I'm going to change the name of scale box to magic submenu scaler. And our little menu grid here will now need to undergo some changes that this already went through. So let's get some of these values. The nudge was 65 on that. That's still normal. I think I changed the font of this to a size 26. This stayed the same at 15 and 105, correct? 15, 105, but your sizing dropped to a 24. It was the same with this one, dropping that to a 24 as well. And they definitely had their other values swap up, so let's go ahead and grab the positional changes. 15 and 105 actually for base damage stayed the same. Hit chance needed to swap over though. 15 and 135. Once I move the other ones over, it should be better. Did I change the size on the rest of those fonts too? Oh, they're all at 24. They're at -35s, 135s. I also didn't set this to the 1920 by 1080, so we do that. And I think it's the icon size that might change things up here for us. Let's take a look at these icons again. For sizing, alright. So they're size 4 now. Size 4 and 4. Oh right, I changed your what you call it spacing to 50, 50, 70. Hey, go crazy. There's that. Still being a little sketchy there. So what is the difference between this one and this one then? Let's find out in there. Transform, possibly. No difference whatsoever. So ¿por qué? ¿Por qué tú quieres ser así? Ah! Eyesore. Nah. Then that moves the center of the rest of the rows. But I feel like it might honestly almost be needed here. Because stuff is looking a little large, right? Unless I did something to the scalar box. Did I do something to the scalar box? I did not do anything to the scalar. Very interesting. Attack, sub, menu, scalar. Come on. Keep up with the times, old man. Okay, so these fit, these don't. This feels odd. I don't know why it's being so weird. But let's change this up then, I guess. Make that 75. Make this 100. Make this 80. And I guess the rest of these are now magically going to be 80. 75. Maybe even 50. Wondering why this one is different than the other one. It's perplexing, honestly. It shouldn't be such a difference, but I had to like go crazy on this one to make it fit the correct way. Scale to fit in both stretch direction. Yep, it's the same. It's the same across the board. It's weird. Okay, sub-action area. Let's make sure that we get rid of that sprite. Let's make sure that we set this opacity all the way back down. And this one is just going to be that. It's literally just going to be the grid. Because trying to have the borders and stuff in place, it just doesn't want to be. We'll create a pop-up or something. We'll try something if we have the time to get the descriptions of those in place. But something that we do need to do is cut that grid out. Put the scale box. Item, sub, menu, scalar. What do you think of what is the logic to make the player to switch or end his or her turn for the enemy to start his turn while having icons gone? However, they come back after the enemy. Oh, like fading away your icons? During the enemy's turn? What I intend to do is I intend to have... well, I already have the enums for it. So if I go over here and go to turn state, I've already got the enums that are going to control the flow of my turns. So we have the upkeep, begin turn, taking turn, execute turn choices, and end turn. So this will cycle from player turn and enemy turn, which can just be on a bool, right? But every time the bool changes to either player turn or enemy turn, which you can put on a flip-flop node, you go ahead and reset the enum to upkeep at the start of the turn, and then if any upkeep actions need to be taken, they can be taken, such as deal poison damage, deal bleed damage, tick 1 off the turn timer for anything that happens per turn, or counts per turn, and then you begin turn, which is when, during begin turn, is when you want to go ahead and like unlock the buttons, return input control to the player so that way they can do stuff again. And then during taking turn is just kind of loop it constantly, waiting to see if the player has selected an appropriate action. And once they've selected an appropriate action, and they've gotten like some sort of confirmation thing, or once they hit the button, it'll do the execute turn choice. And then while that's happening, I'm going to set the timing for execute turn choice phase to be equal to whatever my animation is going to be. And then end turn would be right after that. And that would trigger the flip-flop to swap to the other person's turn, resetting the whole cycle over. I know I just said a lot, but that's why it's on stream and it's recorded, so you can go back at some point and try and make sense of that again. Rewind it as much as you need to. that's generally how I'm gonna do it. It's how I've been splitting up my my combat design character, which is what I was going to be working on today because I do need to have something showable for tomorrow. Shit, I just remembered that. We'll have to take a break from this and swap over to that, but I want to give it at least another half hour. So let's go ahead and paste these back into the scaler. Let's make sure that this is set to the appropriate size because we can see that it's not. Oh, right. Padding. Padding. Where the hell is the rest of this padding at? Nowhere? Nah, can't be. Could not be. And there's got to be padding somewhere here to go ahead and make that, like... Oh, wait, because the width is being set to the thing for the... Got it. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. So if we set that like that, leave that like that, and probably maybe set the button sizes a little bit larger now. So... Bigger! Bigger! Technically, couldn't I just increase the scale of this? Bam! Double size. I don't know why I collapsed all those. I know that when I open this, I'm going to want to see those, so that way I understand how I screwed myself over in some way, I'm sure. Okay, so we have this one here, and if we swap it to 1... Attack submenu, magic submenu. Oh. Okay, so maybe we swap that scaler back to 0 and not feel so proud about it looking fancy right there. Yeah. That might be a thing that we do. That might definitely be a thing that we do. How's that? Better. Let's see about maybe taking these and doing 7.5, 7.5 with a, no, not there, with about a 20, let's give it a 50. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So, chosen action submenu switcher is going to do that. And then we should be able to select the buttons to go ahead and choose a command, and these values will go ahead and change based on, like, the base damage. I'm gonna pick obviously real better base damage, and then we'll see about well, the calculations adding the player stats would wind up just showing up in the damage numbers. So I think that's good. I think this can work. Now for this, yeah, select description, that's fine. I don't want this to be scalebox 74. Main action panel scaler. Main action area will now become main action panel. And I think our sub-action area can probably be moved over a little bit. I'm going to scoot that there. I'm going to scoot this here. Looks like it already wanted me to do that, so if we go up here and zero out these anchors now, it will change the scaling of everything to match what should be within those anchors. That's also a little something that I learned that has been relatively useful. We're going to wind up having to bind our, mana and health values to whatever the HP and MP values are on our characters. That's something that we'll have to link up in the actual stage. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay, I just remembered. Replay that. That was baller. It's like going to a cantina on Tatooine. What's that? You want to hear the same song again? What's that? For an 800th time in a row? Sure! Okay. Scale box. This is going to be the defend button scaler. Magic button scaler. Item button scaler. Goody, 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 goody. Enemy health frame. Enemy mana frame. Add player to the front of that one. Add player to the front of that one. I might have to make the stat grids a thing like these as well. Actually, no, I don't think I need to. They don't need to swap over or anything. They just this will need to be on a hide no hide logic, so that way if the player actually decides to show, well, no, I think I'm just gonna have it show. Fuck it, we'll stay out. Ball out. What's the text size there versus text size here? That's wild. I think that should be closer to like 18. Yeah. Leave it at that. This looks awful. I don't know why it looks that bad. Do you need a little outlineo? Is it going to allow it? Is it gonna be somewhat alright? Oh. I didn't have the main UI thing at the right scale. That's nuts. That's crazy. I know I did that, so it must have been from like a crash or something. Just... that's worrying. I know I had that set to the right scale before. That's one of the first things I did. Oh, shit. Okay. So let me just go over this one more time, because now we're going to start getting into the whole, like, what to do when we hit certain buttons thing. Speaking of, let's collapse all of these. And say here. Here we go. Oh man. I also just remembered we want to check on all of these. Yeah, see? Their buttons look a little dull and lifeless. When we're hovered, we want it to have that slightly duller look. When we're pressed, a little darker. And when we're disabled, we want it to go dark and a little, be a little transparent with us. Yeah. Awesome. Now, the image is going to have to be the same. Minimista Sprito 0. So we keep the same sprite, so that way it's only just doing a color change. I was going to try and do like some fancier stuff, but I am really not about doing that anymore. It's really hard to rein myself in once any kind of creativity starts to edge in, because the creativity is all aesthetic. It's not helping with the actual gameplay loop, so it's such a problem for me. Alright, the main action buttons are hopefully taken care of. Health and player frame stuff. Fine, fine, fine. The buttons on our actual menu things here. Okay. So now I need to go through and make sure that it has the same for all of the appropriate areas. I think we already took care of the color. But we are going to make sure that we do the transparency trick on this one. Set the transparency to 0.75, the alpha value, which is transparency. We set that to be a little less than 1, so that way the button actually fades a little bit when you when it's disabled. I also get faded a little bit, but it's not because I'm disabled. Let's go to this one. Metal. That's so metal. 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 Mira que bueno. Change that. 0.75. Cool. Chair. Love chair. Oh, that's a different thing, actually. That's a very different thing. 0.75. Probably not something that you pick up and yeet at someone either. We need to make... Yep. I was about to do chair sprites for everything thereafter because my hand just wanted to write chair. .75. Move on to the next one. Oh. Fire! 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 Fire everything we have at that ship! Alright, we're good. For just that one, we still have these others. That's right. Oh boy. Upside down, inside out. I actually really like this this track. I know this is the third time it's cycling through, so it can get repetitive, but listening to it is honestly reminding me of which game? Disgaea. If anyone's ever played Disgaea, Disgaea is an excellent RTS, isometric angles. God, it's such a good game. It's an RTS RPG style thing, and you play as Demon Prince Laharl in one of them. I think it was the original one where you played as Demon Prince Laharl, and you had his quote-unquote loyal vassal, Etna, who controlled all of the Prinnies. God, I loved the whole Disgaea series, because they kept the series going, and they just swapped up the protagonist every so often. Oh, wrong thing. So they change up the protagonist and give a different goal. But later on down the road, there's going to be, there was, I think, Disgaea 4 or 5, where they wound up making all those other protagonists that you wound up playing as, and all the mid-bosses you wind up fighting, all those become, like, recruitable characters through special missions, and I loved that. I love callbacks within a series. That's something that I hopefully will be able to do if I can create within the same type of space. Like, if I make a world, I need to be able to keep creating things in it. Dun, 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 dun. I know I forgot something. 0.75. Set that up. And, oh, Sharpie. Sharpay. I'm gonna wind up trying to, I think for the last 15 minutes, now that we've got these here going decent, I only have 3 more icons left to take care of with the item icons. But once those are done, we should be well and good and safe and clear and under control to move on to the combat design project, because I need to create a basic melee enemy. And since we already have the base settings for a breakable object, I should be able to translate that over to code for the base enemy to kind of follow that. If anything, I might even create a component that I can attach to things that should be damageable like that. Because I don't think making interfaces is going to work for that particular thing. The breakable object stuff is going to be all pretty standard, changing sprite colors and doing specific things. So let me shut the hell up and go to the specific things I need to do here. So we're going to go to copy, and we're going to paste this value in here. We're going to paste that value in there. We're going to paste that value in there, and we're going to have to modify these a little bit differently because of the fact that they're slightly different. So we have that. And we want to set your value down just a little bit more to about there. That's a noticeable difference. Mana potion, and now we set you even further. That's notable. Mana P for potion. And we'll go ahead and set that real dock. And set that to 0.75 for the whole disabled look. It's me. Like Freddy Fazbear. It me, folks. Now we go over here. We want to make sure that we set this up first. So we start the mana potions. Mana potion, mana potion, mana potion. Good. And then we want to... Oh, wait. That's right. These are already kind of good. Except this one. I want to set that down to, like, nearly completely faded. 0.75 on the alpha value. And we want to make sure that this one up here... Okay, that's fine. That's actually good. The other ones should be fine as well. Alright, so I think since I didn't change the name for this, I can just style _3. Yeah, there it is. Okay. That's weird. Style_3. Style_3. Sweet style points. Bring that down to nearly completely blacked out. 0.75. My friend has to work. He just wants to play Silent Hill 2. Game takes about 17 hours to complete with normal exploration. She's 37 hours in and have 3 more areas. I am so proud of her. Dude, this is why I like having certain friends within my group that I can, like... I know that if I want to give her a game and say, I need you to explore it and find anything that could possibly be broken, and she will meticulously go through and create her own fucking guide on how to 100% a theoretical non-complete game yet. Although if I gave her an incomplete game and said, yeah, there's no way to actually complete this one thing that you're currently hyper-focused on, that would probably cause a problem. So make sure that it's as close to complete as possible before I wind up asking those favors/questions. Shouldn't say favor, because honestly, if I'm going to have a, like, more full game completion thing going, then I'm gonna want to, compensate the people that are doing me the honor of testing my product. Eventually. And disabling that goes all the way down, 0.75. 0.75. Or 75 if you want to get specific and actually say 75. But now that we have modified our icons, oh, we still actually have 10 minutes. So I can potentially get to Kraken. And by get to Kraken, I mean... Oh god, the graph. So, I don't know what I'm honestly going to do with all of what we have. There's so much. So... I don't even have what these are supposed to be, like, linked to or anything yet. Nothing. But we probably should. So let's go to graph and hopefully... get player character. I don't think there is a event start, like an actual event start. Not for this. Can I create a variable that is a player ref? Let's find out. Player character. Yes! We can do that. Now I just need to figure out when to be able to call that. Called after the underlying slate widget is constructed. Depending on how the slate object is used, this event may be called multiple times due to adding and removing from the hierarchy. If you need a true called once when created event, use uninitialized. There we go. Yeah, called once only at game time on non-template instances. Cool. So that means that we should be able to set the reference to... cast a player character. That as player character will set. And if not, then I actually want to do a printout here. Print string that says failed to store player ref. I don't know why I'm doing it all in upper camel casing when I can just space it. and type like a normal damn person. Okay. Player ref for attack submenu. We'll wind up copying this over to the other ones, more than likely. Because we are going to need to create this across the board. Bring that over here. Variable. Paste variable. Player ref. Awesome. Graph. Variables. Paste variable. Awesome. And now we can go ahead and copy this. And kind of paste that across the board here as well. Because none of these have an event uninitialized yet, so we can change this to player ref for magic submenu, and this one for the item submenu. Compile, and compile. So I know for a fact that already in our stage, that's our stage by the way, we have the thing to create the battle widget. We have the add to viewport at Z order 0, which basically is the same thing as like when you're working with let's say with paper sprites and stuff like that. If you have worked with sprites and have worked with trying to create parallaxing effects or to try and create a little dimensionality within a two-dimensional plane, such as having your character like hide behind like a bush at the foreground, in order to do that, you would change basically the rendering order of your two-dimensional planes. So even though everything is at like the depth of 0 or whatever depth you have it at, where everything is going to be at the same like level and being able to collide with one another two-dimensionally, you can go ahead and tell it that its rendering order is going to be like plus or minus the 0 values. You can do it as a float, so it can be like your order would be 0.1 for the bush in the foreground, 0 for the player, and then negative 0.1 for the background. Everything would still be really close together. You want to give yourself you can give yourself more space when you're creating a two-dimensional orthographic plane in an engine like that. But, you know, that would basically be what it does, is it offsets things by the tiniest little bit, so that way you can move within that same that same depth. So this is kind of doing the same thing with Z order. So you tell it to be at 0, it'll be at Z order 0, but you can also tell it to be at -1, +1, anything like that for indexes. You see that this is an integer, so this one won't take a float for the Z orders, but you can tell your sub widgets and stuff like that. Let's go over here. If I select this over here, you can see that there is a Z order option right there. You probably can't read it because it's like really, really small, but that button says Z order. And the number next to it is a 0. So everything is currently at Z order 0. And that's just how that works. I think I've properly named everything, because we're going to wind up moving away to the next project here. I haven't named everything, so enemy name panel scalar, cool, player stat panel scalar, awesome. This is all riveting. If you don't find it riveting, then you're just not a riveter. Might just be a rivet. That's rivet, not rivet. Box. Action, update, panel scalar. Don't need anything on that one. Those frames and health things are fine. Status icon scalar is already named. Player status icon scalar is named. We're good. I can compile and save this and panic when I return to it later. Yeah, that sounds lovely. So we're going to go hit, not save as, we're going to hit save all. And then, oh, I have to leave that particular, I'm going to close out all of these here. Because when I open up the project, it's going to, next time I open up the project, it'll tell me, hey, you had this many closed assets, or open assets before you closed before. Would you like to reopen them? And my dumbass sometimes automatically just hits, yeah. So rather than have like 8 or 9 things pop open. Restart switch, yeah, do that. Alright, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back while this is loading up. Alright, we're back. Main. We had 2 assets that closed up. Oh, right. I was attempting a rework controller. That was, going to possibly do things better. But did it? That is the question. What are our world settings? Okay, no, we're still using our player controller, which means that whatever we were doing was working out better. So I will need to still look into my code a little bit, because it does, it's not exactly the way I want it to be. And on that note as well, it seems like every time I try and use a for loop, like just a standard for loop, it tends to wind up breaking whenever I'm trying to, because I wanted to refine my script, so whenever I'm attacking, it would wind up. Hang on, I just noticed that game audio isn't being pulled properly. So that means I need to hit studio mode there. Go to my audio mastery scene, go to game audio, and choose, oh, you're looking for Unity, that's why. Yeah, no, buddy, we're over here in Unreal. Oh, I should be able to go back to the main scene, turn off studio mode, and yeah, see, now you guys. So, alright, that's enough hearing that. Essentially what I wanted to do is I wanted to iterate through a loop at the speed of like a single animation frame each time it loops through, and I want it to check basically a variable every time it goes through that loop and say, hey, is this true yet? If not, continue the loop until the loop is complete. And once the loop is complete, if that variable was never true, then output to end the combo. But if it did become true at the end of any of those, it should break the loop and then output instead to jump to the next attack in the combo chain. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I was trying with the rework controller, which I am still going to leave in, but I'm going to find a way to make that work for me. So that way we don't have things looking like this for our attacks, because all of this is currently what our attack is. And this is for attack part 1, 2, 3, air attack. It's got it all on there. And this will eventually also have to include the special attack and, yeah, probably all the alternative bindings as well for the transformation. So I want to refine this and make it better so that way it's easier to look at and easier for understanding, even for myself. Because this is currently a mess. I didn't want to keep on stretching things further outward, and if I do too many sequences when I already have all this going on, it's messing with me. It's messing with me hard. So, while this is currently working, we're going to leave that be. And the next thing that we would want is to get a functional enemy. So we're going to go here. I'm going to change this to columns is a terrible idea. Okay. Let's look at... Is it... So we do have the damageable interface, but what if I changed the breakable object stuff into a thing? Give me a moment to think on this. Let me open up my... Oh, that's the base enemy. There's the breakable object. So in this breakable object, we've got, you know, basically the things that are a part of the... I could just put the damage interface on a component, can't I? Okay. I'm gonna try something. I'm going to try something, and it may work, and it may work. There's no option here. Why? Because I am stubborn, and I will make it work. That can be added to any actor. That's what I want right there. The actor component, and we're going to call this one... Breakable Actor. C underscore AC underscore breakable actor for actor component breakable actor. Now we can take this, toss it right up there. I can also go up to our editor preferences. Socket. Is it an editor preference or a project preference? Oh, it's got to be an editor preference. Content editors, no. Except. I was looking for the thing to tell it where to open up my windows at. Oh, there we go. Asset editor open location. Duh, I'm blind. Last doctor window or main window. There you go. That's what I like it to be. So by doing that, you go ahead and tell it that anytime it opens up a new blueprint or anything like that, it's either going to open it up into your last, like, separately opened up and docked window for those people that like to work with multiple monitors like myself. I don't like to show multiple monitors while I'm streaming, so I stick to one while we're streaming. Or two if I'm coding on my vertical monitor. But for this, we leave it as is, like this. And in doing so, it makes it a lot easier for me to have these tabs open up, you know, just right there on the front. Having the option to alternate between the two automatically, that's great. I can enjoy and appreciate that. So let's go to the class settings for this, and since this component can also accept an interface, we want to give it the damageable interface. We can see that that's now implemented. And we can double, and double. Let's go to the breakable objects. I also want to add the flipbook as a thing. All of these wind up using these variables, so I'm going to have to add all of these to it. We'll make the... Well, let me add things first. There we go. Just going to go one by one and copy and paste. Lifespan is a value that we plug into one of the things here. Yeah, right there. Our timeline for the death fade. Which is one of the first timelines I've done that has worked in Unreal 5. True story. I'm like that old fuddy-duddy that technology hates whenever it comes to trying to timeline stuff. For some reason. Right. The hit sound array and the break sound array are the ones that we are going to be making public. Not instance editable. Okay. Max HP and lifespan should also already be set to... Yep, they are. Cool. Okay, so we do that. I think I also want to go ahead and set the flipbook. Actor flipbook. And set that to paper flipbook. And we can say at begin play, it will populate that. I don't have an event tick active on this, do I? We have begin play, and then the others are just the other three, so that's fine. So event tick, goodbye. Put this here. That here. Because now that we have all the other variables on there, we can grab this. Which one was this on? This should have been on take damage, right? Definitely on take damage. Received, plugs in right there. Current HP minus damage received. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, destructible flipbook is going to be replaced with actor flipbook. So what are you plugged into here? Highlight it all. Just those three? Wonderful. Paper flipbook component. Oh, God. Okay. paper flipbook component. There we go. Yes, give me all of the errors. I am aware, but now we can do that. And that, and what do you know, one of that as well. We have nothing there for owner. Or owning? Parent? Nope. Let's see, component, activate, assigned, set active, no. Get actor list from component list. Returns an array of unique actors represented by the given list of components. That's confusing to me. Okay. No. None of those. It's fine. What is this? Oh, right. Get actor location for what? This would be for the breakable object, right? Location? Let's see what it would give us for something like this. Because this is technically just a component piece. That's the world origin location. We don't want that. Uh-oh. Oh. I guess. That could be a thing. Transform a position by the supplied transform. Yeah, that's not what we're doing. Spawn system at location. Yeah, those are mobile services. Transform, get actor array, leverage location is under location. There is nothing here to actually like get the components location. So what we're going to do is I don't think there's anything for owning or attached actor, right? Get attached to body names. Nope. So we're going to do this. There's got to be something. Ah, get world location of target scene component. What about that? Will that work? We are a scene component, aren't we? Ah, we aren't. Target must have a connection. So that scene component will wind up being this. Actor flipbook. Which will also be what gets dragged and dropped over here. Currently, it is an empty value, but we will get that value appropriately. Probably when we set the rest of it up. Let's grab the death logic. Toss that over here. And then we replace this bad boy with that. You go into target there, there, and oh, maybe even a little bit there. What do you know? You go here, and you even go as far as to ruin things all the way out here. Crap. Might have to skip that part over. We could just say, when destroyed is ticked on the regular object, we can turn off its collision or destroy their collision component after. But it'll have to be something that I set there, like, manually. Get rid of that reroute node, it's not needed. I'm sorry, what's this? Was that not plugged in before? Okay, it wasn't. So let's redo those. And then get rid of that, since apparently that wasn't needed. What? Oh, you mother... Where are you? Right there? Is that you? Who are you still plugged up to? Okay, you're plugged into the set relative trend. That's fine. You're going to be swapped from there soon, and you're plugged into that play from start. Okay. It's fine. You're out of here. And for this, we're going to do location, get that world socket, or get world location for the paper, or the flip book, and use that instead for the sound location. And the death pose location will probably need to be set based off of... Where do I have that set? Oh, it's currently just zeroed out because I don't have locations for anything. Lifespan shouldn't be just bereft out here. Next. Just grab up these. Go up here, that, and do that. I think I can actually drop that. And it's supposed to be a relative location, so we'll have to figure that out. Because what this is doing is it's basically taking the end location, the end relative location of where we want to be when that sprite is destroyed, because this was initially attached to a breakable barrel. So I don't mind it being part of the death animation thing when something has taken enough damage to die or get broken if the sprite falls over when it's done, right? I do not have an issue with that. I think I might have to choose the death pose location from this as well. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Just for now. We'll see how it fully plays out. Ah, yeah, set looping doesn't have your target. Get actor, actor flipbook. There you go. So, we'll need to make sure that actor flipbook is instance editable. That should be that, actually. That's not really needed. Let's see what our hit sound array looks like. There's already sounds in there, so we'll need to kind of be a little better about what's in there, because currently it's going to have the sounds for breaking wood. So everything's going to sound like wood when it's getting hurt. At least to start with. Now that I have this, I should theoretically be able to, let's say, attach it to this. Oh, I didn't even check my timeline. See if the timeline even still existed. Look at that. Where the hell's the timeline at? I'll tell you where. Nowhere. That was the thing that was missing. That I was like, oh man, I shouldn't just have lifespan bereft, and why are these out here? That's a mighty odd thing. Well, now we know. It was after set flipbook, wasn't it? Yep. One or more copied nodes could not be pasted into this graph, and that's going to be what the timeline. Oh shit. So I wouldn't be able to do this, would I? This time, yeah, I don't think timeline would work in a component. Oh man, I did all that. I did all that. Unfortunate. I would have to rework the way that the death animation and everything plays out in order for it to work the way I want it to. That was very unfortunate. I was hoping it would work. I really was. Alright. We'll skip over that. Waste of time. I hate wasting my time, but won't know until I try something, and anything that was tried for the sake of, like, learning if you could do it or not, I guess isn't exactly a waste of time. Let's go to enemies. I think I took care of the... Oh my god, no, I... Did I or did I not? No! That's the one flaw about having all the windows attached like that. Luckily, there was nothing to save, because or else it would have given me that pop-up as an option saying, hey, what you trying to do there? But oh yeah, sure, I have no projects. Don't fucking scare me like that. Oh boy. Okay. Right. Go to the chatting scene, wait for that to load up. I'm gonna step off camera for a sec. Alright. Ha to the ha. Yep, let's go ahead and open that right back up. I didn't do anything wrong. I did not want to see the dude. I wanted to check out this one. Why are they not even? The reason I'm upset is because now this means that I need to go in and edit these. Show and explore. Of course you're going to be in U assets too. Oh. Okay. So what we need to do now is we need to go do this, do... There's the export feature. You for real? Brother. This is your whole thing. You're the one that tells me to fucking export if I want to do the thing. Oh boy. Dislike. Re-import is not the option here. What is this? Sprite actions, re-import, asset actions, export. It's PNG, yes, please, thank you. We're gonna send this to the combat design thing here. Send it to sprites. Same thing for this one, because I'm gonna need to edit them both. Export, same location. And now we need to go in there and we're gonna pop open Photoshop and take care of those. Open with Photoshop. Alright. So we see here problems. So let's first off duplicate this. Yeah, layer 1 copy. Whatever makes you feel better. We're gonna hide and lock the original. And now let's try and get this by pixel, shall we? This one is the most disrespectful one. Like, how dare you specifically be offline with literally everything else that you had within your line. I just needed to move you up manually. Let me not use the mouse. Using the mouse will mean that I accidentally shift left and right, which is not what we want. That should actually be the closest spot for that. We can deselect, go back to our marquee. I don't care about the heights of these. I hate the fact that this is what that decided to do there. That's crazy. That is such a dumb shift. Oh man, you need like half a pixel down, don't you? There you go. Let's grab up this. Nice. I actually went with the mouse there and it didn't result in catastrophe. Now the problem is getting the rest of these lined up that way. The right way. Because this one is like just fucking wrong. So we want to grab all of them except for that one and bring them down to the appropriate line. Nope. Let me... omit you. Nah, get those 2 pixels back over. So this one is honestly on a different level than the ones to the left still. Like, none of these are lined up right. Big dislike. Let's get rid of this one. Let's continue moving these. For anyone curious as to why we are so meticulous with making sure that the sprites are on level with one another on an almost pixel to pixel level, is because if you don't, what winds up happening is you wind up with a lot of popping pixel sprites. So like their movements and animations will like jitter and pop in weird ways that you don't want. Let's get rid of these two from the mix up here. No, why did you? I just realized that it got rid of the things instead of just. It does that sometimes. Bring it up 3, and now we'll once again do this, undo it, redo it, because I don't know why, it just wants to. Oh, okay. It only does it the first time. It's like it just automatically assumes that you want to delete whatever you're deselecting, which isn't the case. See? Gone. And then I go ahead and Control Z to bring it back, and then I do the same thing to make it deselect, and whoa, it worked. Okay, so I lined the rest of these up already. I just need them to move down the appropriate directions. I'd say that's probably some of the closest. For everything except this one right here in the middle. Think I wouldn't notice you? Think I wouldn't notice that you were 2 pixels off from your predecessor? Or, sorry, not from your predecessor, but from your successor. Yeah, now you're good. I don't care about the floating head. Floating heads are floating heads. But the rest of this might need a little shift down to be back in par with the rest, because I want it to be like right along the bottom, the baseline. So yes, I will actually save that PSD, and then we're going to export as modified. And let's grab a different one. Is it still going to keep up with the music? Oh, web audio? Yeah, buddy. I think I can turn up the web audio thing there. Nice. It's a very subtle sound so far. Okay, so I think now that we're done with that, we can... Hello? Oh, I was hitting Control S instead of Control D for deselect. Do we have our modified monster here yet? I don't see it, so where did it export to? Where did you... Oh, I see. I know where you went. You went into the Snow Studio folder. Let's cut that out of there and make sure that lands in our Combat Design Sprite folder. And then let's also close that out and drag that in. Let's delete the regular... Yeah, goodbye. Let's apply those Paper 2D texture settings, and let's go to extract sprites. Now let's see what kind of grid sizing we can get. I'm thinking possibly 64 by... Damn, that was good. I don't think 64 is going to be another one, is it? Yeah, no. Ah. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. Because now we can go through and delete those 2 empty ones. Uh-huh. Yes, sir. And, oh, we also need to have another version of this, actually. Modified, injured, undead man. We'll take that into Photoshop, and we're gonna just kind of do a color scale filter on it, and we're going to tone it to red. And we'll also export one that's toned to white, probably. So let's go to image, go to adjustments. You want to go to hue and saturation. You want to hit colorize. We're already at red. So we'll hit that saturation. And that is now saved as the thing for the modified injured man. Now we can also do what I'm about to do. We're going to hit undo on that, and then we're going to do another one. Hue and saturation swap. We're going to colorize. Lightness. Look at that. Well, that's good for. Oh no, it's either been injured or it's getting a wind up for a big attack, or it's got iframes. There you go. Nice and simple. Save as. Whiteout Undead Men. Large file size, fastest saving. Whatever. Okay. I think we can bring all 3 of those in here now. That's the wrong folder. That's the right folder. That's the correct subfolder. There's our modified injured undead man. And let's also grab whiteout undead man. Alright, whiteout undead man is going to be the first one that we apply the paper 2D settings to, and go ahead and extract those sprites on using the grid 64 by 126. Ugh. Really? Oh, you're kidding me. It is 126 then. Oh no. No, that's gonna show up. Oh, I hate that. No, I didn't want to undo a move node. I think I need to undo, like, the things and make them gone. Because I feel like that tiny little bit sticking through is going to be a problem. Is it on this one? Yep. Yep, there it is. There it is. Hate it. Hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh boy. Oh lord. Lordy lord. So that means let's go ahead and open up the previous one, the regular injured guy first, because that one's going to be, the red one is going to be a little bit more key in my opinion. And let's make sure that these particular tiny little sons of bitches are in line. Yeah, they are a little bit lower there. Let's see if I can get some guides on here. New guide layout. I don't need 8 column. Actually, 4, 8, 9, 10. Got a 10 column? No? Do a custom. Custom. Columns. 10 columns. The width of the columns is, what was it, 64? No. What? Oh, it's because of the fucking gutter. Guides. Let's try that again. 64. Gutter doesn't exist. Awesome. Rows. 2 rows. No gutter. Yeah, you see that? Let's see, 126. There it is. Blasphemy. Everything else is good. Why would you have to be such a monster? So we go ahead and grab our marquee. Really ought to change the color of the guides too. At least on a blank background, they're hard to see. But just trust that they are illuminating our mistake here. And it's fixed. 1 pixel off, and it would throw off the look and feel of the death animation entirely. It would look gross. So we already saved that. That should be good, right? Let's go back into the engine. And double check. Actually, that means the modified Undead Man is already not good. We're gonna delete all of those. Delete it all! Lupin the Third! Goodbye. That too. Modified Injured Man. Yep, goodbye. Modified Turn Undead. Oh, that's the Turn Undead Ghost thing. Yeah, alright, that's fine. So we still need to open up this one. That's right. Guides. New guide layout. I'm gonna make those lines black, please. There we go. Yep, see, as soon as I actually thought for a second, I was like, oh yeah, no, that means that all of them are now going to be messed up by 1 pixel. 1 pixel! Alright, we have fixed that one. We have fixed that one. We still need the whiteout. Open with Photoshop. Pop that off. View, guides, new guide layout. Set it up. We're gonna have to use the same guide layout for the female as well, but we'll get there when we get there. Perfect. That's all of them. We should be able to take all 3 of these now, drop them in here. Sprite actions, apply 2D paper sprites, and then one by one go through and start extracting, starting with modified undead man. Extract sprites. Grid. 64 by 126. Yeah, buddy. Get rid of the 2 empties. Now for the whiteout. Grid. 64 by 126. Enter. Extract. And there should be one more. It's the modified injured. Probably drop the modified off your title. Since we have whiteout undead man, we now have injured undead man. And modified, which is just the normal guy. So we have create, extract, grid, 64, 126, enter, extract, cool. Now we'll have to go through and decide what's going to be what part of what animations and stuff like that. So let's begin with just the standard sprites for this guy. Ooh, I kind of like the emerge from nothing. Do I still have the empty sprites? I do. That's the empty space sprite. So this we want. Bada bam. Let's create a flip book out of those. Ah. Keep dipping and bobbing. Set empty space up here. The empty space sprite. And we'll set this animation to let's say 8. Because I want to duplicate whatever this last one is right here. Copy, add, and paste. There you go. Having that second version of the same one in there gives it the that little pause frame there. And I don't want the very first frame of it to be the head already emerged from the ground. Because if I want to have this be like a trap triggerable zombie emergence, then I don't want the zombie's head poking out to be a forward indicator, right? That'd be a giveaway. It'd be dull. We have that. I don't know what the hell I was doing over here in this breakable object, but goodbye. Next we want what should be likely an idle. say that these three are I'm gonna create a flipbook out of just this one. Undead Male, that's right, I have the action first underscore. Just like that there's nothing to make the sprite bigger or anything like that. No transforms available in these versions of animations, but it's okay. So that's his idol. A stunning 15 FPS. We're gonna set you at a stunning 5 FPS. How's that? And then we have actual movement. Create flipbook. Moving underscore undead male. Set this one to about 8. Copy this one to paste it in here. There you go. Next. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Dead undead male. Little redundant, but it'll work. Oh no, no, no! No. No, we're not gonna keep that. We can't keep that. There's no way. There's no way. Ah, I'm so upset. Does that mean, do these guys have it too? No, they don't. So why did that one have it? Man, I went back and fixed them too. That's upsetting. We do. Oh, I can't undo the dead guy. Did I delete it already? I did. Right? Yes. Damn, that's annoying. Wait a minute. Damn it. Hang on. What? What are you letting me grab? There's nothing to... Okay? Shift-click to insert a vertex. Select one or more vertices and press delete to remove them. Double-click a vertex to select a polygon. Sure, if I wound up hitting delete, it would delete the whole sprite, though. It's not going to be how this works. So what if I edit your source region? Oh my god, it's literally only that one. I hate that. I hate that so much. So we're gonna make your source dimension on here. What? 125? Oh, but it won't take it down from the top, huh? Unless I change that one and make it 127. No, don't do that. I have now changed what should be. Okay. Now what about the source region for this one? Let's go to view for that now. Nope. Still showing the thing. So let's... I don't think I can. That's upsetting. Oh wait, the source UV thing over here. Right, so if I set that to 7, there it is. There it is. Oh, cool. All right, I can do that. Then that fixed it, right? Let's save all these various things. Let's create that flipbook again. Dead, undead male. He no longer has the thing. Alright, cool. We can edit these sprites in the engine. Or at least edit, like, where the boxes are manually after we've done the extraction. Oh, that's good. That's good. I like it. That also looks hilarious. So, first off, let's set that to, like, 8 frames per second. And let's make sure that we... copy this, and I think I'm going to add it 2 more times. Paste. Paste. There you go. Good death animation. Still good. We still have the empty space sprite there. That's fine. Oh, man, that was good. Attack is going to be raising the arms and bringing them back down. But we're going to have, like, a couple of these in between. So, here, we're going to grab these all together. Create flipbook and say attack. Undead male. And now we're going to pause this because we need to reorganize these. So we want it to start the attack with what we have currently at index 3. So we start there, and then it should get us to about there. Although I do feel that we can probably lose this one. Why won't you let me? No! Well, you know what? Honestly, if it's going to be like that, I'm going to need to add them one at a time. So, I guess not. No! Enemies. I want that one. That one. So, the attack will be... Oh my god. there. Ending there. That one being in the middle. What if I wanted to also? No. We leave that. We'll copy this last one, and we'll have it be the double down. Oh, cool. It didn't even copy the right one. Copy, paste. Set you at 8 frames per second like the rest of your animations specifically. And let's see. Oh, yeah. I knew that putting that one in the middle there would make it look a little better. Because if it just went from straight up, down, it just wouldn't match with everything else being as smooth as it is with my like my player animation. So we smooth it out where we can. I actually think we should add in an index or two here for an attack indicator. So we can add these 3 to... Oh my god. Are you gonna... Of course not. So let's add these 3 like this. You're not gonna let me add all 3 easily. I hate you so much. Let me guess, did you just... so annoying. Whiteout, Undead Man, Sprite. Let me find 2. Whiteout, Undead Man, Sprite. 3 and 4. Whiteout, Undead Man, Sprite 4. Okay. So now I'm gonna grab let's say this index. Actually, that's probably the one that I don't want. This one I do want. It flashes to show the start of the attack. And this one can flash to show the end of the attack. And I really would like to just get rid of that this one individual array thing here. But oh wait, I think I can just click here and hit delete. Okay. I was trying to delete it using the keyboard. And that's why I kept messing up before. So let's see how this plays out now. Hell yeah. Alright, that's our undead attack. Let's go in here and also add in, I'd say, 2 more indexes and look up injured, because we're going to want injured. We're going to get the injured man sprite for all parts of it. So 15, 16, 17. Injured, go down to 16. And need one more. injured go all the way down to the 17. So now we want to take these, set that one right there, set this one right there, set that one right there. Awesome. Awesome. I love it. I love it. I think I'm gonna use these two as an injured, like it just got hit animation. So we'll start with, we'll create a flipbook with those already, and then I'll add the other ones in there. So we're gonna call this one Hit Undead Male, and we're gonna open that up. Great. It's wonderful. We're gonna add these two. Modified Undead Man Sprite 0 and 4. Let's pause that. Set it to 8 frames per second. Modified Undead Man 0 and 4. Zero. Oh, there's so many 4s. There we go. 0 and 4. So we have this happen. No, not there. A little higher. There you go. We're going to copy this one. And we'll have that be the end frame. Bring it back to its neutral, idle, hands down at its side, not weirdly discolored state. And then when it dies, it goes fully all the way. Just. Well, we could also change this one to whiteout. Undead Man Sprite 16. Yeah. Injured Undead Man Sprite 16. There we go. So we have this flash, this flicker that happens. Or we could flip this and have this one be up here. Not up there, never mind. Wait, these are the same one, right? Nope, that's 15 going into 16. Okay, so let's say that this one is instead... Whiteout 16. Injured 16. Whiteout 15. Sure. And then we'll copy this one and add that in one last time as the hold frame. Nice. So that one's good. So we have the ability to hit the enemy and it'll react. We have the animation for hitting the, or for attacking. And we have the death animation, we have the idle animation, and the moving animation. There shouldn't be anything else that this particular enemy needs as a basic, you know, zombie melee enemy. So, let's begin. We're going to go over to... not the sprites. Let's take a look at our enemy. Nice little base enemy that is quite literally just a copy of the breakable object, but changed over to be now an enemy. It's using the sprites for the ghost that I had set up, so we're gonna create a different one here. I don't want to create a child blueprint class, though. I have a problem with using child blueprint classes of things that are implementing an interface, because then it likes to, you know, be weird. There's no other way I can actually describe it, I'm sorry. Type of pawn includes the ability to walk around. Yeah, sure, this is also a character. This is going to be Knight Terrors. Not a base enemy because I already have that. Undead male. That's this guy. Now we're going to go ahead and add the flip book. Automatically gives us that. Enemy flip book. Now we're going to give this the idle anim for the undead dude, which is going to be around here. I just saw undead. Nope, that's dead undead male. That's idle primal, idle kunoichi, idle undead male. There you go. Let's also set this guy out here so we can get size and scale, because that's too small for a zombie. And we also need to get like size right here. So first let's make sure that the capsule is pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much going to be on the ground right there. And I think we can actually pop this out. We're going to extend this like this, so that way we can kind of see side by side what we're doing. We're going to want to drop this flip book down a little bit. We're also probably going to want to increase the size of our scale here. So let's go with 2.5. Oh, whoa. Never mind. Too much, so 2.5 was better. And maybe not being 31 deep as a two-dimensional sprite would be nice. Man, damn, still too crazy. Not bad, buddy. All the other sprites needed a much bigger boost. Give you that as your idle there. Let's see what your moving is like again. Where's your moving? There's emerge undead male. Did I know I had to have. I could have swore there it is, moving undead male. Yeah, okay. So we're also going to set the scale down just a little bit more to, I'd say, 1.85. Barely noticeable, so maybe 1.5. Okay, maybe 1.75 was good, and I just needed to move it back onto the floor where it needed to be. Yeah, see, right there, that little difference right there. Oh, nope, we did the wrong thing. We moved the wrong thing. We want to move the one over here. Good. That works for me. Let's go ahead and set you back to your idle. I might change the idle. Because currently this idle is literally just a single frame of standing there like an idiot like that. So we'll figure something out, possibly, maybe. But not at the moment. This is going to be for... Ah, gross. That's pawn collision presets on that. Ew. Let's go ahead and scale the size of that. 88 to about 80. 75. Yeah. That's better. Set you to about 25. Let's bring the flip book up a bit. Bring this down a bit. And cool. Still good enough, I'd say. Alright, fine. There, 78. As much as I'm willing to compromise. Not everyone can be a tall king. Back to idle with you. So for this project, it's fine to be meticulous and nitpicky because we're only allowed to progress further if things are close to a point of perfection that is acceptable by Mark for us to continue on further. Interesting. We're dropping frames. We've got low frame rate. That's a disconnect. That's 2 disconnects. Always happens when we get close to the 4-hour mark. So I think 4 hours is kind of going to be our limit for streams, because right around that time YouTube starts going nuts and it doesn't like it anymore. It starts having all these issues, which means we're probably going to wind up stopping here soon. Which I apologize, it feels like it's just more setup and stuff, but this is honestly all a part of game development process. This is honestly more into setup than it needs to be, because I'm not working off of a set plan. I don't have a set plan thing in front of me to work off of for a good amount of stuff, except for this one. Right now I just need to make sure that he can hit right. So if he hits right, it's all good. I need to have his stuff copy the same shit. You need the damageable for now. And let's say that you are going to copy basically the same shit as this, but not entirely. Alright, let's get out of that one. Let's look at the spirit, the ghost, or I can just code it myself. Let's go back to the break pool. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm schlopping it. Let's just grab all of that. I should be able to just jump in here now. Hooray! So, destructible flipbook is going to be replaced with enemy flipbook. Yep. Goodbye. Current HP, create variable. Yep. Max HP, create variable. Yep. Get rid of that. Hit variable. Yep. Destroyed. Yep. Definitely going to need the hit sound array, although we don't have the sounds picked out just yet. That's okay. Yeah. Create variable. Create variable. Oh, look at that. Create variable. Wish they'd just give me the option to replace that with particular things. Let's see, play from start. Flip up location there. Target there. And also target all the way the hell over here. For some reason. Instead of just dragging it out like this and that. So much easier. And then this is the physical pawn collider, so we want to make sure that that is the one whose component destroy. Ooh, wait a minute. That's got everything else on it. So let's not. So I think appreciate the concern. I can manage myself for getting to class and stuff. Unfortunately, because of the way my brain works, it's not exactly like I can tell myself, okay, time to go to sleep, and then my body just says, oh, gee, you're right. Unfortunately, I can only really get to sleep when my brain decides to stop, essentially. And it doesn't like to do that. So generally, I wind up going to sleep anytime between 3 and 6 o'clock in the morning, and that can't really change. When I know I have class at 9 in the morning, I'm definitely going to try and be in bed by like 2 at the absolute latest, but there's no telling if I'm actually going to fall asleep anytime soon. I can just sit there and think and have exactly what you're seeing happening in front of us right now. I have this going on in my head when I'm laying down to sleep. I am constantly thinking about what I'm going to do next for my shit, whether it's for school or not. Because even when I'm not actively doing an assignment for school, I am still thinking about what I want to do for the projects that I am going to build, that I am building, and things that I'm experimenting with. Constantly thinking about it. And then if I'm not thinking about that, I'm thinking about what I want to do and whenever I have time to play a video game. Whatever video game it is I decide to play, which lately has been Hades. So I'll think about my next Hades run, if I'm not thinking about this. You know what I'm not thinking about? Sleep. As much as I should be. When I'm laying there in bed with the AC and everything, everything's blacked out, dark, not a single bit of light coming in from computer or anything else, and I'm still just sitting there thinking about everything else that I could be doing with my time instead of sitting there trying to sleep and failing. And that's what it's like to sleep for me. I haven't necessarily been skipping sleep. I have been kind of pushing sleep a little more because I need time to decompress and unwind after working for so long. But then what winds up happening is I wind up hold up. Let me finish this off real quick. One more? You want? What are you plugged into still? Not shit. We'll unplug that for right now, and it should compile without a problem because it's not plugged into anything. Alright, cool. I don't want to download the transcription. Okay. But was I talking about specifically? Right, they're not skipping sleep, but pushing it further because of decompression time. Yeah, so basically whenever I'm working on stuff here, we're going to go to the end scene while I talk this through. Whenever we are working on stuff here, whenever I am working on things here in front of you guys, know that I have been working on it since before I got on stream. Know that I am likely going to continue working on it whenever I get off of stream. Know that I'm probably not going to stop working on it until after midnight. And after that, I need at least like 2-3 hours to myself out of the long day that I already had to just kind of, you know, play some games, watch some YouTube videos, and chill and relax. Unfortunately, this semester hasn't allotted me a lot of time to do that during normal hours. I have been lacking on my ability to socialize and all this other stuff, but that is because it is my choice to go ahead and make these sacrifices for the sake of producing, hopefully producing something that will either get graded better, like graded higher, or that will better me in some way. If I can learn something new from this, it is absolutely going to be, you know, something far better to me than a letter grade. But that will wrap things up for us for right now, ladies and gentlemen. I want to go ahead and give thanks to those that participated in the chat today, including but not limited to Williams and Abman. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate y'all. Don't forget that we have added a new little Discord role for developers. So if you are in our Discord here, the Snow's Hunting Ground, and you do any form of Godot, Unreal, or Unity development, I have roles there that I will tag accordingly whenever I find cool stuff for you know, people that develop. And cool stuff can be anything from free assets to super extremely discounted assets. And when I say super extremely discounted, I generally don't bother with it unless it's like thousands of dollars of assets or thousands of dollars of like some professional quality something or other that I could use that's on sale for like $30 or less. If it's more than $30, I really am not going to care about promoting it there in the Discord and pushing it towards people. Also, I put good tutorials that I find in there as well. So that's the thing. Let's see, I've shouted those things out. I'm going to try and remember to put the Discord's new permanent link into the basically our description template, so that way I don't have to remember it all the time. But we'll see how far this has gotten come Tuesday. I also have a dental appointment on Tuesday, so we'll see how I'm feeling. If I am not streaming on Tuesday, that is the reason. It is because of the dental work that I am having done. And generally when my mouth is really, really sore after a dental thing, trying to stream is not very good for me, because then talking causes every individual tooth to hurt. Not a very good feeling. Alright. With all that said and done, ladies and gentlemen, snowflakes of all sizes and unique shapes, stay frosty.